kurzer Soundcheck. Könnt ihr mich alle hören hier im Stream? Man hört mich doppelt, das ist schlecht. Ist es jetzt besser? Ich hätte noch kurz Feedback geben, wie es ist jetzt mit der Stimme. Hört man mich immer noch doppelt? Okay, Levi meint, es ist jetzt besser. Super, vielen Dank fürs Feedback und damit herzlich willkommen hier am Flughafen Zürich auf der Zuschauerterrasse des Block B. Mittendrin in der Action heute, Rush Hour. Wir bleiben hier bis ca. 16 Uhr, wenn der A380 startet. Und ich wünsche ganz viel Spaß. Und dann würde ich sagen, legen wir gleich los. To my English audience, welcome to Zurich Airport, here on observation deck B. In the middle of the action today, rush hour, around noon, and we'll stay until around 1600 in the afternoon to see the Emirates A380 departing later. Enjoy the stream, and let's get started. Dann guten Morgen an Levin und auch an Friedrich. Willkommen hier im Livestream. Morgen. So, das war schon mal eine erste A330, die gerade auf der Piste 16 gestartet ist. Und es steht noch eine weitere Maschine bereit, glaube ich noch eine A330. Und die gucken wir uns auch gleich an. Das ist der Empfänger und das ist der Sender.
Aber warum hast du da beide? Man hört dich doppelt.
Immer noch.
Also ja, ich habe umgelaufen und habe
Ich habe vorhin kurz was umgestellt.
einige machen es ohne Mikrofon, halt nur mit Bussen da, weißt du?
Ja, ich habe gehofft, dass es halt hier nur das gibt, aber naja. Das ist blöd. Guten Morgen, Kobi Schmidt. Willkommen hier im Livestream. Kobi, ich streame mit einem Camcorder, die habe ich verbunden mit einer YOLO-Box. Und dann habe ich noch das teste ich heute ein bisschen, ein zusätzliches Mikrofon für die Stimme. Und ja, das war es auch in etwa. Ich habe kurz was umgestellt. Ja? Ja, weiß ich. Hey. Hört man den Sound von rundherum? Weil ich mache noch mal kurz einen Soundcheck. Ich habe ein bisschen Probleme mit den Tonspuren. Ich hoffe, man hört mich jetzt nicht doppelt. Ohne Mikro. Also ich musste jetzt leider das andere Mikrofon disconnecten, weil das hat nicht so richtig funktioniert, wie ich mir das vorgestellt habe. Deshalb machen wir es jetzt wie gewohnt in den letzten Streams. So I had to disconnect the second microphone, which I wanted to record my voice with, but this didn't work as intended, so I disconnected it and we continue as we did. So, and how about we look to the other apron over there? We have a nice lineup of rather larger aircraft. An Emirates 777. This one is usually used during the evening rotation of Emirates to Dubai. I don't know what happened, but it looks like it's stayed here overnight. And a little bit further to the right we have an A340 of Swiss. We will see two Swiss A340s later departing, one to Seoul in South Korea and another one to Shanghai in China. Then we have an A330 of Swiss also getting catered at the moment, and behind the A330 you see a Cathay A350. And then a little bit further we have a few smaller aircraft, which are an A320 Neo as it looks, and an A220 without engines. As you know, those newer aircraft still have supply chain issues and some of them are grounded at the moment. Guten Morgen Etienne, willkommen hier im Livestream. And then let's have a look to the beginning of runway 16. We have a Delta Airlines 767 ready for departure. It's the seasonal flight to Atlanta. However, it looks like it has to wait for another few minutes. Okay, Liebing, danke für die Info. Die Emirates 777, die wir vorhin gesehen haben, sollte gestern nach Dubai fliegen offenbar, aber der Flug wurde annulliert. So the 777 of Emirates, which we've seen before, should have been going to Dubai yesterday, but it looks like the flight was cancelled. And whilst we are waiting for the Delta flight, here we have an Edelweiss A320, which just got pushed back from the gate and is now getting ready for departure. This A320 is flying to Kos in Greece. See the top disconnected, the flaps are extended, and we will also see the flight control check very soon. I quickly zoom out a little so that we can see that from full perspective. Ich habe ein bisschen rausgezoomt, dass wir gleich den Flight Control Check sehen können. Yeah. So the top is now removed, and the pilots have now again full control over the control unit. So doing the pushback, there is a pin sticking to the airplane, so to speak, which is disconnecting the nose wheel, or the steering of the nose wheel, better say. Of course, this is now removed, and now we should be seeing the flight control check any second. So, and then we have an A321 Neo of Swiss being pushed back right to the background. Very busy at the moment. A321 Neo is going to Dublin. Airbus A380 is taxiing. I guess to runway 28. As most of the smaller airplanes, or the narrow bodies at least, with a few exceptions though, but it is at least a rule of thumb. Then, same procedure over here for the A321neo. Pushback top removed, then flaps extension, flight control check is in, and of course engine switch. Guten Morgen Robin, willkommen hier im Stream, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Delta Airlines 767 is now lined up on the runway and should be departing in any minute. So as soon as it's moving, I will pan over and we'll see its takeoff. See now the 767 behind the pole and it starts moving, so now on stage the Delta Airlines 767 to Atlanta. So my camera work is slowly but surely waking up from the sleep. It's getting better, but it's not perfect yet. But let's hope that it will be better than once the rush hour really starts kicking off. Dann NG Aviation, willkommen hier im Livestream. Schön, dass auch du wieder dabei bist heute. And here we have on screen an Ethiopian A350 which arrived in the morning today from Milan. It will stay here the entire day pretty much until the late evening, and then depart again to Milan and continue from there to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So there's not much to see else in this corner, so let's look over here. So we have an Edelweiss A320 followed by a Condor A321neo. Dann guten Morgen Hans, willkommen hier im Livestream. Und ja, ich bin auf der Terrasse des Dock B heute Morgen. And there is one airplane after the other coming in right now, so I could just keep the camera like that and they just keep coming behind the terminal. That's quite cool. And Condor has still these strobe lights on. As I see, strobe lights are the flashing lights at the wingtip. They should be switched off when leaving the runway, but sometimes they maybe forget, or I don't think there is a purpose for leaving them on, but yeah, things happen. So let's get a close-up taxi shot, shall we? That is one of the really big advantages here on the Dock B. You get really close taxi shots from here. If they taxi on this taxiway right in front of us. That's very cool. Kobi, die Edelweiss A350, die kommt demnächst, glaube ich, noch rein. Eine davon sollte am Mittag nach Vancouver rausgehen, die werden wir auf jeden Fall sehen. Sofern die Pisten nicht gewechselt werden, ich hoffe natürlich nicht, aber der Wind sollte ruhig bleiben heute. Then Siventiran, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but thank you very much, glad you enjoy it. Und guten Morgen Cyril, willkommen hier im Livestream. Genieße die Show. And then we have the next candidate for departure, an SIS A320. Zoom out here a little that we see the entire airplanes. Now the flaps are extended, pushback top will be removed, steering pin removed, then the flight control check, and then they are ready to go. Now you will be seeing the sign of the... Yeah, here it was. This is the sign that everything is removed from the aircraft to the pilots, and then they know that they're ready to go. So we already got over 60 viewers here. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you enjoy the show. And we are just getting started. There is a lot of stuff going on today. This A320 is now taxiing on taxiway Foxtrot, which is the inner of the two parallel taxiways which are parallel to runway 16.
kommen wir und am 27. landen wir, am 30. starten wir. Am 30. kann ich überlegen, aber...
So there's nothing else moving right now, so let's enjoy this panoramic view of the whiskey apron. Those over there are new parking stands apparently. They've been finished not too long ago and are now used for airplanes which do not depart within the next few hours, just to not occupy parking positions closer to the terminal. And one of the A330s over there is now getting pushed back and towed to the gate as it looks. So if nothing else is moving, I think we can focus on that one for the next few minutes. Dann guten Morgen Peter und Grüße nach Thun. Herzlich willkommen hier im Livestream. James, good morning to you, welcome to the live stream, and thanks for the info about the Emirates 777. Should depart today in the evening. I wonder whether the other flight is then cancelled as well, but maybe we will have two 777s then tonight. Quite cool. As I said, this A330 is now towed to the gate, most likely a gate at Dock E. It will have to cross runway 16 doing this. So maybe we'll get a nice head-on view. Another A330 in the background right now. Yes, that's what I meant. Nice. The taxi route is kind of a zigzag there, left and then right again. Now it will have to wait to cross the runway, and in the meantime we will quickly pan over to see a Montenegro Airlines Embraer taxiing. It's not that often that they are on the southern side. Air Montenegro, of course, not Montenegro Airlines. And now we see the A330 crossing the runway. And another airplane right next to us. That was a Swiss A320, just arrived. Yep, James, the weather is very nice today. Unlike yesterday evening, lots of thunderstorms and rain showers, but now in the morning it was quite foggy actually. But I'm glad that the fog disappeared by now. So we are approaching 90 viewers already. That's amazing. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show so far. And well, it's rather calm right now, but later we will see a lot of stuff. Rush hour traffic, lots of heavies. So it's worth it to stay with me today. Dann Kobi, falls du noch dabei bist, du hast gefragt wegen dem Edelweiss A350. Der ist gerade im Anflug, ist soeben an Basel vorbeigeflogen und wenn wir Glück haben, parkt er hier auf der Südseite. Wobei da unten ist es recht voll. Ich glaube deshalb, dass er eher ans Dock E geht, aber wir werden sehen, vielleicht haben wir ja Glück. Oder, was natürlich ganz toll wäre, ich schwenke, I quickly pan over. Maybe the Edelweiss A350 will park right over here. This is a parking spot where larger airplanes can park, so that would be quite cool. Aktuell herrscht hier gerade die Ruhe vor dem Sturm. In German we say die Ruhe vor dem Sturm, the silence before the storm. Aber das wird sich in nicht allzu ferner Zukunft ändern. This will change soon. Guten Morgen Sandro, willkommen hier im Livestream. Emirates Virtual, guten Morgen auch an dich und willkommen hier im Stream, das stimmt. Heute Morgen mussten sie von Norden her anfliegen, für Cat 3 Anflüge, weil einfach der Nebel zu dicht war. Der Nebel hat sich jetzt verzogen, Gott sei Dank. Maybe worth mentioning, today in the morning they were not allowed to land on runway 34 as usual. Due to the fog, the landing minima for runway 34 were not fulfilled, so they had to land from the north, which is actually or theoretically not allowed due to the night flight ban over the German airspace, but runways 14 and 16 are the only ones which fulfill Cat 3 criteria for ILS approaches. And that's why they had to do north approaches today, as an exception, due to meteorological conditions. And I hope from where you're watching it's nice as well. Kobi, ich bleibe online bis zum Emirates A380 Start. Das ist etwa so 15:30 Uhr bis 16 Uhr, je nachdem, wenn der hochgeht. Well, I will use this rather calm phase right now to update the weather data, and you'll see whatever is moving on the apron or departing on runway 28 just with a little bit less sea. Carlos, willkommen im Stream und Grüße nach Bern. Na dann erhol dich gut, Emirates Virtual. 2 Stunden Schlaf sind tatsächlich nicht so viel. Peter, ja, kann sein, dass die aktuell Warteschleifen fliegen, weil im Moment ist Inbound Rush und wir haben nur eine Piste für die Landungen. Also das kann manchmal ein bisschen voll werden in der Anflugroute. und Sandro. Bei Starts auf der 16 machen sie immer noch die 270 Grad Kurve nach links, direkt nach dem Abheben. Aber je nachdem wie die Route gewählt wird, fliegen sie dann entweder direkt wieder über den Platz drüber Richtung Westen, oder wenn eine nördliche Route geflogen wird, dann fliegen sie Richtung Bodensee und drehen dann nach Norden ab. Das kommt ein bisschen drauf an. Also als ich nach Los Angeles geflogen bin damals, oder nein, San Francisco war es, da sind wir auch eine eher südliche Route geflogen und sind dann nach dem Start nach links, ganz normal, tiefe Linkskurve und dann über den Flughafen zurück drüber Richtung Westen, also über den Kanton Aargau. Und das kommt ganz drauf an, wie die Route gewählt wird, tatsächlich. And James, good morning from Zurich and greetings to Dubai. And the current weather data is from half an hour ago. We have winds from 320 degrees at 4 knots, varying between 260 and 350 degrees. Visibility is good. Then we have few clouds at 1200 feet. Temperatures 21 degrees centigrade, dew point at 15 degrees, 18 degrees. QNH is 1009 and no significant changes. And would you look at this busy apron here? We have the Air Europa 737-800 being pushed back, flying to Madrid. Behind there is a KLM Boeing 737 arriving from Amsterdam. And lots of other stuff too. Over there is an A320neo of Swiss. Then further in the background, an Aer Lingus A320. And the one following the KLM, I'm not sure, but let's focus on the A320neo here, taxiing by. We have here the Air Europa Boeing 737. Same procedures as before. Pushback tuck removed or disconnected. Flaps extended. Flight control check. EZ. So the tug is removed. Let's wait for the sign. From the ground crew employee. There it was, he's sitting in the top. Okay, it wasn't very well visible. I zoom out a bit, we can see an A330 which has just arrived. From Newark. Let's see where it will park. If it goes further to the south side of the apron, we will see a nice close-up shot, and it looks like it, yeah. Are you ready for that close-up shot of this A330? Pretty nice. Interestingly, the Newark flight often parks on the south side, but that's just a detail. And now I'm going to zoom in into the approach path a bit, because now we see the Edelweiss A350 landing, or approaching, better say. The touchdown will be behind the trees, unfortunately, but we kind of see it at least. Quite an interesting combination here. The 777, the A340 and the A350. A quad jet against the two state-of-the-art twin jets on the long-haul segment. Two competing A350 and 777. And the A340 also was supposed to compete to the 777 initially. However, the ETOPS regulations were lightened up, as you know, so the operations for twin-engined aircraft above oceans, or the alternate airport regulations, and so the four engines got pretty much obsolete, and that's how the twin jets took over. And now I go over because we have a very nice 787 appearing of Etihad Airways, and unfortunately it looks like it will take runway 28. Pretty much as usual. That's unfortunate. And here we have another A330 coming up. Arriving from Boston, and the 787 of Etihad obviously goes to not Dubai, Abu Dhabi, of course. I try to speak obvious stuff and almost tell the wrong stuff. That's great. And the Edelweiss A350 has just crossed runway 28 to the southern side, so maybe we are lucky and see it close up. Until then, let's see this A330 here. Wondering where it parks. It goes further to the south side. And here it is, the mighty Edelweiss A350. Looks like it's going to park on Dock B. Unfortunately taxied further down the alleyway, and I got the people in the front, so I couldn't continue filming it, but we will see it again later. And we have reached over 100 viewers, approaching the record of last stream of 115. That's very nice. Thank you very much for tuning in. Let's see how high this count will go up today. Good follow. That was not supposed to happen. I didn't secure the tripod set, sorry for that. And Plane Spotter ZRH, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy it. And you are right, just landed as a Edelweiss A340. And if I look over here to this parking position, it looks like the people getting ready, or the ground crews getting ready to do their work there, so I expect an airplane to be parked there soon, and chances are quite good that this is going to be this Edelweiss A340 which just has landed, so we will see. I quickly have to put some sunscreen on, it's getting very warm up here, and I don't want to return home like a lobster. And unfortunately I missed the Etihad 787, sorry about that. That's the disadvantage when they depart out of runway 28. You simply don't see it that well, because the runway is covered by a building. Yeah, bad luck, sorry. But we saw it taxiing at least. So the next highlights which I expect are the Singapore Airlines 777 departing to Singapore. Then we have a United 767 departing to Washington, and the American Boeing 787-9 to Philadelphia. And here we have the A380 of Edelweiss, which we have mentioned, and it looks like it's going to park right in front of us. Arriving from Cancun in Mexico. Yeah, that's the disadvantages of the spot here. Guten Morgen Thomas, willkommen hier im Livestream und Grüße an den Bodensee. Und viel Spaß hier im Livestream. Gerade rechtzeitig, als diese A340 hier angekommen ist. So let's see how the beginning of a aircraft turnaround looks like. Parking brakes are now set, the wheels are secured, and now the gangway will be attached to the doors such that the passengers can disembark. And then pretty soon catering and all the other services will come up, pick up the used stuff, then bring the new catering, etc., fresh water, etc. A lot of things is going on in the next few hours. Yeah, it's around 2 hours until departure. And it's summer season, so I expect this thing to be very full once it departs again. And this is one of 3 A340s of Edelweiss, which you will see later. We have the A350, which is parked right next to it, however, you cannot see it from here. At the other side of the observation deck. And if I quickly zoom out and turn around, here we have another A340 of Edelweiss, and if you see further down, you can see the tail of the third one. And all of those heavies here you see, They all will depart between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. if the departure rush will be on time. This is always kind of a lottery here in Zurich, but let's hope for the best. And we have 122 viewers, simultaneous viewers. That's a new record in my live stream, so that is a new milestone. Thank you very much for your support, and this is for you. Thank you very much for the support, everyone. I highly appreciate that. Busiest A380 of Air France reporting to Paris. Paris, a very short flight, obviously only about 50 minutes to 60 minutes maybe. We have Air France, which operates this route, and also Swiss with multiple daily rotations. Now let's go over to the A340 again. Since I know that you guys all really like this airplane. Did you guys hear the horn sound effect I played a few minutes ago? Celebrating the milestone of a viewer record here. I'm testing this today a bit, so if we could quickly provide some feedback, it would be highly appreciated, such that I know it works. So we can now see the passengers disembarking this A340 named Flumserberg, which is a quite popular skiing resort here in Switzerland, in eastern Switzerland. I've already been there skiing as well, very nice. And let's just enjoy the A340 as long as we can, right? I mean, there are already 2 A350s which have been delivered to Edelweiss. 2 more will follow this year. And they will receive 2 more in the next years. I'm not sure when they will arrive, but once these A350s take off in the skies, the A340s will disappear, unfortunately, and they will be missing this one a lot, I can tell you. From a plane spotter's perspective, at least from my side, 4 or quad jets are simply more elegant and more majestic, but this is just my point of view. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below or in the live stream chat. Do you prefer quad jets or twin jets? Thank you, Etienne, for the feedback on the sound effects. Then let's see how many times I will play this today. over to the taxiway for a Embraer of Helvetic arriving from Rome. And I also expect that this A340 here will be towed to the parking position, not, or let's say, in a not too distant future. Even though it doesn't look like it, but there are two A340s of Swiss scheduled to depart in today's early afternoon rush hour. One to Seoul and the other one to Shanghai. And now on the taxiway, the two competing regional jets, the Embraer E195 and Airbus A320. So two times the larger members of the aircraft families, the E195 representing the E-Jet family and the A220-300 for the what used to be the Bombardier C series, and after Airbus took over a majority of the program, it's now called A220, 100 and 300. Then Alibi, welcome to the live stream. And the first Swiss A350 is supposed or expected to arrive in late summer and is scheduled to enter service in early autumn. It's not fully certain yet as far as I know, but it won't take much longer at least. We have already seen pictures where this special livery is already not painted, it is consisting of stickers, but it looks quite ready, so it won't take much longer. You just need a little bit of patience, but if it arrives here, then I'll do my best to catch it for sure. And here we have an A321 of Iberia getting pushed back from the gate and prepares for departure to Madrid. let's observe once again the procedures here. Engine startup, then the pushback truck is removed. Steering pin is also removed. We don't see it right now, but the nose wheel is blocked, such that the pilot can steer nose wheel during pushback. Then we have the flaps now extended to position, looks like position 2. 1 plus or 2, I'm not sure, I'm not a pilot, but certainly more than 1. And good morning, Roy, welcome to the live stream and greetings to Maastricht. So the truck is removed, now we wait for the sign. He waves with his flag thing. The pilot confirms that he has seen it. And once everything is configured, the pilot will report to ground control that he is ready to taxi. And then they will start taxiing to the runway. Ben de Schiefsvögel, grüezi and welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy the show. So in the background you could quickly see a Pegasus Airlines A380 Neo departing. And this Swiss Airbus here had to wait until the Iberia aircraft has passed the taxiway intersection to either enter the alleyway between dock B and E or taxi on taxiway Foxtrot, which is right in front of us, to the southern part of the apron. Well, Cyril, good morning to you as well, and yes, I know it's very loud here. I try my best so that you can hear me. I tried to connect my external microphone today, but this didn't work very well. I'll test it again in the next stream, but for today we have to live with how it is now. I do my best that you can understand me. However, if there are airplanes taxiing close by, it's simply too loud to speak. You're absolutely right. Then Roy, you're right, this bus you see now on the screen belongs to the apron tour, which you can book here on the observation deck. I believe 5 Swiss francs. And you're ready to go. It's a guided tour, 1 hour 15 minutes. And for around half an hour, no, a quarter an hour, so 15 minutes, you stop at this place right next to the runway intersection and you can get out of the bus and see the airplanes departing or landing, depending on which runways are in use. So here we have another Edelweiss Airbus A380, just pushed back from the gate. Departing to Palma de Mallorca, a classic summer vacation destination and one of the busiest summer routes out of Zurich. And I see on flight radar that the American Airlines Boeing 787-9 has also been pushed back from the gate. Usually they use the 787-8 on this route, but today it is a -9. Let's hope that it departs on runway 16, because this is a typical candidate for a runway 28 departure. Yes, Roy and Legif, we are in the middle of the action here, and at the moment it's noon. It's very busy in these hours, but the busiest hour is yet to come, so this is just a warm-up which we will see here. Be prepared for much more. I can quickly show you. Here on the southern side, all those narrow bodies you see here, or pretty much all of them. Then those heavies over here, all of those will depart after the noon hours. So there is a lot to see the next hours. And Dock E and A will also be quite full now, with airplanes getting ready for departure. So busy hours ahead here. I'm not sure whether you saw it, but the American Dreamliner still got the pushback tuck attached. It's being towed to a remote parking position as it looks, and that's not a good sign. For us at least. From what I can see here, it looks like the American flight has been pushed or pulled to the de-icing pad. And they sometimes do that in case they are ready for departure, however, somehow missed their departure slot or something and have to wait longer for the departure. I saw this once with a United 767 a few months ago. They were sitting on this de-icing pad for like 2 hours before they departed. And by the fact that they do not push it backwards into those remote parking positions, which are on the right hand side of this de-icing pad behind the El Al 737. Well, I should also ensure that you see what I'm talking about. That would be quite an advantage for you. To the right of this El Al 737 you see now, there are remote parking positions. And if an airplane is parked there to not block a gate position at the dock, they often park it on those remote parking stands. However, the American Dreamliner is now on the de-icing pad, facing with the tail towards us, so towards runway 16 with the nose, such that it could continue taxi any moment. But usually if something like that happens, they have to wait for quite a while for whatever reason, usually due to a missed slot. Yendra, welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy the show. And the chair Airlines A319, which we have seen before, is departing to Hurghada in Egypt and will depart on runway 16. That was the Edelweiss A320, which we saw pushing back a few minutes ago. Runway 28 departures are not a very adventurous or not a big advantage to see from our spots today, because it's quite far away and blocked by a building, but we see the climb out at least. And Mervyn, welcome to the stream and greetings to the UK. I hope the weather is okay up there. So all those Swiss flights which are coming in right now are like the leftovers of the inbound rush, which is now slowing down. And an ending inbound rush is also a simultaneous meaning for a departure rush, which is around the corner, and this is exactly what's going to happen for the next 2 hours here. It's going to be the busiest hours of the day. Then Jet Set John, welcome to the stream, and thank you for the info about the American Dreamliner. I've already assumed this slot delay. Departure 11, what you say, 22 Zulu, that would be 2 hours behind the schedule. Wow. And now they have to sit for like 1 hour on this de-icing pad. I don't want to be in this airplane right now. Okay, that camera work was utter nonsense. Quickly had to check something with the tripod settings here, because it was in a setting which I did not remember, or I don't prefer at least. That's why I was wondering why the filming is so weird. But now it should be better afterwards. And Roy, regarding runway 14 and 16, runway 16 was built before runway 14. It was one of the first runways here. Earlier they had a shorter runway as well, like there where you see these parking spots right now. There was a very short runway heading from southwest to northeast, but it doesn't exist anymore. And when the airport opened back in 1948, that was, if I'm not mistaken, there was runway 16 and 28 already. And then runway 16 was extended to today's length of 3,700 meters. And in the beginning of the 70s, runway 14 was opened, I think in 1971. Why it was built like that, I'm not entirely sure. However, due to the surrounding terrain, you don't have quite a lot of options here. And you maybe could have built a parallel runway to runway 16 as well. However, there is a village which you would have to remove for that. And the only empty spot back then was pretty much where runway 14 was built in the end. And due to the mountain, which is right next, or it's not really a mountain, it's rather a hill, they had to build it in this direction of 140 degrees or 320 degrees, depending on which direction you're looking at. And that's how the runway system evolved here. It's not the most modern one nowadays, but it is what it is. So, I quickly updated the weather information for you whilst this A320neo was starting up right in front of us. So close you could almost touch it. And then this A340 which taxied by looked also quite cool. And Roy, regarding the runways, actually this does not necessarily have to do with the wind indeed. You can see in front of us runway 16 and 34, which is going from north to south obviously. And to the west and the east you have quite hilly terrain, so you could not build a very long runway here in this direction. And we have mostly winds from the southwest here or from the northeast. That's the primary wind directions we have here. So the runways do not face the wind directions at all, pretty much. We have runway 28 and 10, which is east-west, but also not in the ideal direction where the wind is usually coming from. That's a bit special here at Zurich. So you have lots of crosswind operations here actually, or even tailwind, like when you have winds from the southwest, then you actually have for quite a numerous portion of the time a tailwind component for landings on runway 14, as far as I know. So this is also a bit special here. But the runway configuration with 14 for landing and 16 and 28 for departures is this concept which provides the highest capacity here. And that's why ATC is usually trying to keep this concept up for as long as they can, even if the wind gets a bit stronger. And yes, I've been at Schiphol for plane spotting as well. You have a lot of runways, I know that. Good for operations, but for spotters quite frustrating sometimes. But here in Zurich it can be frustrating too. If they change the runways all of a sudden, you need to be quickly. So this A320 we've seen before actually has the quote-unquote new Swiss livery with a larger title. Hard to distinguish, but okay. And now we see the A340 over there being pushed back and probably towed to the gate. We'll depart either to Seoul or to Shanghai. And in the meantime, let's watch a green flying, how do you say this in English? I don't know. In German we say Ringelsocke. Condor A321neo departing to Palma. And tip of the wing, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy the show. Barcode, I've never heard about that. But also a nice analogy. There's different colors though. Green, yellow, blue, red and light brown they have as well. In the webcam, okay, it's like So let's leave the Condor for a second because the next heavy airplane is moving. Singapore 777. And it looks like it will depart from runway 34, and that's very nice for us. Prepare for that GE90 spool up sound, people. Sorry about that. I have stepped over my tripod leg here. Ja, Kobi, der Delay ist normal beim Streaming. So that was a close-up shot of this beautiful 777. Not that often that it departs on runway 34 actually, but today we are lucky. And we are approaching 200 viewers here. Welcome all to the live stream here. And you're just in time to see the Singapore Airlines 777 departing right in front of us on runway 34. Just received lineup clearance. And has been cleared for takeoff immediately, so let's listen to the sound. That was quite a long takeoff run there. And you can see the apron is very busy right now. An A-Jet A321neo being pushed back and the line of arriving aircraft right behind. Etienne, thank you very much for the super chat. Highly appreciate your support. And hello Gino, welcome to the live stream. I hope you enjoy the show. And we have reached over 200 viewers. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for the support to all of you. And 200 viewers is the first time I hit this, so this is a milestone. Dann Renato, willkommen im Stream und Grüße nach Graubünden. Gino, I'm streaming from the observations deck B today. Over 200 viewers, that's incredible. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. I hope you enjoy it. And you're just in time, the departure rush is about to begin. We will see about, if everything goes right, 5 Airbus A340 departures, multiple 777s, multiple A330s. Then the American 787 is also waiting. Then the Cathay A350-1000 as well, Edelweiss A350, there's plenty to see. I quickly have to check something. Sorry if the camera goes up and down for a bit. So we have a little departure line for runway 16. First up is the United Boeing 767 to Washington, followed what looks like an Air Baltic A220, and then the A-Jet A321neo, which has just been pushed back for a few minutes ago. And hello, Piotr Husar. Robulka 1998, Grüße nach Villingen, Schwenningen. Dann Grüße an Matthias aus dem Murgental. Dann Grüße nach München an Laila. Und ja, Rabulko, es ist sehr schwül hier draußen. Ich schwitze, obwohl es gar nicht so wahnsinnig warm ist, aber die Luft hat viel Feuchtigkeit drin heute. Es war auch sehr neblig heute am Morgen. Then Piotr, I'm streaming from Dock B, which is Terminal 2. Then hello Lucas, welcome to the live stream. And hello Onno. And Sunday Del Garretto. Greetings to Barcelona. And next up departing is United Airlines 767 to Washington, just lining up on runway 16. And this is pretty much the beginning of the departure rush hour here. So we're just waiting for the United 767. He has to wait for a few minutes because there are some airplanes on approach for runway 14. And as long as there's landing traffic for runway 14, airplanes cannot depart on runway 16 due to intersecting flight paths. Matthias, wenn du fragst, ob da noch mehr Flugzeuge kommen, es kommen noch sehr viele in den nächsten 2 Stunden. Aber im Moment warte ich auf die United 767, die da hinten bereitsteht. Qatar, the Emirates A380 is landing soon. And United is just receiving takeoff clearance, so let's see the 767 taking off. I am not pleased with my filming at all. The camera work is really not good today. Also aufs Wetter bezogen, Matthias. Okay, ja, da kommen heute noch ein paar Gewitter am Abend. Und in der Nacht kracht es offenbar so richtig, wenn ich den Wetterradar angucke. So now we have a few smaller airplanes departing out of runway 16. I hope they don't climb too quickly, because otherwise the angle is a bit too steep for my camera setup here. Yeah, that was just doable. And the next is the A-Jet A321neo.
Yes. Bak, Arel. Bak, gel. Bak, olsun İstanbul'a, bak İstanbul'a, bak. Gel İstanbul'a, bak. İstanbul'a.
Yeah, that angle was too steep, unfortunately. If it's too steep, then I can't pan around properly, so I have to let it fly out. Not ideal, but well, it is how it is. Dann Matthias, nein, ich bin nicht Pilot. Ich habe Aviatik studiert, beziehungsweise studiere immer noch und arbeite nebenbei bei der Lufthansa. We still have around 200 viewers. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. I highly appreciate your support, and the main departure rush is just around the corner now. We've already seen some narrow-body aircraft departing, and the heavy aircraft will follow right after that. Matthias, ich habe hauptsächlich mit Navigation in der Luftfahrt zu tun, so mit ja, Luftstraßen, Abflugrouten und so weiter und so fort. Alles, was der Pilot so braucht, um zu navigieren. And let's quickly pan over. Because we have the first heavy aircraft of the Swiss fleet ready for departure. Flight LX1462 to Delhi in India. Dann Attila, willkommen hier im Livestream. Gerade rechtzeitig zur Rush Hour. And the observation deck is quite packed right now. A lot of people here, typical for a Sunday. So if you hear some other people and children playing on the playground behind, that's completely normal here. Am Planespotter 66, vielen Dank für deinen Support, freut mich, dass meine Videos dir gefallen. Yes, Piotr. Zurich is a very spotter-friendly airport indeed. And well, the daily flight is now taxiing. On taxiway Mike, and he will join taxiway Echo most likely, past the observations deck and then to runway 16. And that was your A330 close-up taxi shot. And I just saw on flight radar that there is another Swiss A330 ready for departure. It takes runway 28 for takeoff. Swiss flight 242 to Dubai. I think I will show you that one climbing out. That was the flight to Dubai, and the one to Delhi is now taxiing on taxiway Echo to the threshold of runway 16. Then Steve, welcome to the live stream here. I hope you enjoy the show. And ZRH 1500, American Airlines has a slot delay and has to wait for a total time of about 1.5 hours on the de-icing pad until they get takeoff clearance. Which is, yeah, not very comfortable, I guess, if you are actually sitting in this airplane. Piotr, on this terminal here there is no McDonald's or airplane shop or model airplane shop. The McDonald's is at the so-called food land, which is yeah, at the airport shopping center, but on the terminal itself there is no McDonald's. So the daily flight is now on the runway, ready for departure. Just waiting that the last airplanes currently on the approach path for 14 has landed, and then they are ready to go. No Qatar, I'm on Dock B, which is that's the third one for today. I really have to get used to that. And now let's see the A330 departing. Okay, that camera work was kind of okay, but it's still, there's still room for improvement. And for about the black screens, you have to know I'm not really recording all of this. I'm just streaming what's shown on my camera screen, and if I'm not touching any buttons here like the zoom or anything, it goes to power save mode. It's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I just have to pay attention a bit more. I always say I want to do better in the next stream, but so far it's pretty much the same thing all the time. So, but I do my best that it doesn't happen again. Then hi Miles, welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it. So we're seeing here the first Swiss 777 of today's departure rush. Swiss flight 160 to New York, no, to Tokyo Narita, not New York of course, Tokyo Narita. And Gino, we've been telling you now numerous times where we are streaming here. We are streaming at Zurich Airport in Switzerland, so please do not ask the same question all over again. Thank you. And Le Chiffre, the grey jet, was most likely a business jet. I don't remember the name of the company right now, but I've seen it already numerous times. It's from Travel Coupe, that's the company. And now American Airlines can finally taxi to the runway after sitting on this de-icing pad for over an hour by now. All right, and before the big heavy aircraft departure rush begins, or really kicks off, I'll quickly interrupt for about 1 minute to change the battery of my camera before it dies out, or to avoid that it dies out during the departure rush. So I quickly put on a different screen and I will be back in about a minute. So, back we are, just in time. American is already lined up. Got now a full battery, so that should be perfectly enough for the rest of the stream. That was the American Airlines 787, and the Swiss 777 has also received takeoff clearance, so let's take a look. folks, that's how I want to have my camera work. That was pretty cool. I hope you enjoyed this takeoff. The next ones are already coming up. Okay, I try to keep the camera rolling for a bit longer, such that you can see the left bank turns, because they indeed look very cool at this altitude. I just have to see how this adds up. If they receive takeoff clearance quite close to each other, then I have to switch quite quickly, but I'll see how it works out. So this 777 we've just seen is going to Chicago O'Hare. It's now also taxiing on taxiway Echo. And a little bit further in the distance I see the Emirates A380 approaching runway 14. And we will actually see it gliding down the glide path to the touchdown zone, right in the background of the 777, which is now on the screen. And on the southern apron right behind of us, the next A330 is also ready for takeoff. Swiss flight 86 to Montreal, another Airbus A330. Now the A380 on screen. We will see it departing later in the afternoon as the grand finale of this live stream in about 2 hours from now. And on the flight radar screen, Delta Flight 53 to New York is also ready, as it looks. An A330-200. It's pretty much always the same. You wait for hours and then, shortly after 1 p.m, they are all departing at once. Now it would be good if this Swiss 777 starts moving, such that I can show you the Swiss A330 right after the departure. Is there another one on short final? Sorry about that. Again, sorry for the black screen. I really have to figure this out, how I can avoid this actually. This is annoying. Also me, because I'm always kind of cheesed off when this happens. This is Zurich Airport rush hour, everyone. And now to the Swiss 777 to Chicago has just received takeoff clearance. A380 is now parked at the parking position, and as I mentioned, departure time in about 2 hours from now on, which will mark the grande finale of this live stream today, but before we will see a lot more. Thomas, willkommen hier im Livestream und Grüße an dich. Und Florian, auch an dich, willkommen. Genieße die Show hier heute Mittag. Und ZRH Aircraft, ich sehe dein Flugzeug genau vor der Terrasse. Das werde ich natürlich zeigen, die Austrian A320. Guten Flug an dich, falls du das noch hörst. Aber nicht vergessen, nachher den Flugmodus einzuschalten. Und Matthias, ja, der A380 ist imposant, aber schön ist was anderes, wenn es so um die Eleganz geht, sagen wir es mal so. Danke dir, Florian, für den Superchat und deine Unterstützung. Hallo Kai, Grüße an den Vorarlberg. Willkommen hier im Livestream. And any moment we will see an Austrian A320. A good friend of me is in there on his way to Vienna, ZRH aircraft. Another spotter here at Zurich Airport. And here you can see El Al with a 737 followed by the police. This is normal. Every time an El Al aircraft is taxiing, it's followed by the police as a security measure. Gino, Zurich is in Switzerland. Here we have Thai Airways flight 971 being pushed back from the gate. What should I film now? There's so much to see. Because right behind of me there is an Edelweiss A380 taxiing, and I think I'm going to show you that one. Alright, we got the Montreal flight on the runway, another A330 taxiing. Thai Airways is pushed back and the Edelweiss A340 is taxiing to the runway. That's the next highlights here. And Roy, yes, Edelweiss has 2 A350s in service already. And look at this. So finally a short break for me. That was extremely busy here. Planes all over the place. But as you see, the next ones are already coming up. Another A340 for Edelweiss, then the A350 of Edelweiss to Vancouver. Then a Swiss A340. To Shanghai. There are 2 more 777s of Swiss pushing back behind Dock E as well, so we are not done by any means. Almost 300 people watching, that's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. I can't speak so much at the moment, either it's too loud or simply too busy, and I have to focus on the camera work here, but I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much for the super chat. To Seth, highly appreciate your support.
Also ich sag, wie klein Flugzeug Nein, das ist gar nicht
So, to all those of you who have joined us during the past like 15 minutes, welcome everyone to this live stream. At the moment I don't have time to go through the live chat and welcome everybody personally, sorry about that because it's too busy at the moment. But welcome everyone, I hope you enjoy the show. We are in the middle of the rush hour and it just won't stop. That was Swiss flight 72 to Washington with a very nice bank after takeoff. And next we have an Edelweiss A340. Let's see how long the takeoff run is going to be. That was a very heavy takeoff. Next up, the Edelweiss A380 to Vancouver. Why does this thing always have to lift off so early and climb out like a rocket? I hate that. It's impossible to film him properly in this angle. Next up, Swiss flight 188 to Shanghai, an Airbus A380. Okay, that was a very flat climb out there. And just as the plane passed me, I had an insect landing on my neck, which disturbed me a bit from filming. A little bit of bad luck on my side. 300 viewers, that's a new record. Thank you very much everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much for the support here. I hope you enjoy it. So, welcome everyone who has joined the past minutes, right in the rush hour here at Zurich Airport on Dock B, the observations deck. And you can see behind there, ready for takeoff, a Swiss 777, Cathay A350 1000. And I think the third one is a United 777-200ER. 777 now lining up with Swiss flight 40 to Los Angeles. That thing was also quite heavily loaded. And next up is the Cathay A350 to Hong Kong. So Edelweiss, watch and learn. That's how I would like to have an A350 departure here. A bit longer on the runway and a nice angle to catch it. That's how I want it. And Sasha, welcome to the stream. I don't know why the Cathay flight was cancelled yesterday, but you can see this aircraft right over there, an A350-900. So we've got the United 777 ready on the runway, then we have an A330 to Boston, which is taxiing down to runway 16. Then a Swiss 777 to Miami has been pushed back from the gate, and there is also a few more heavies on the radar screen already, so we are not done yet. There's quite a bit to follow in the next minutes. Next one is already being cleared for takeoff. It's the Swiss flight to Boston, another A330. They just keep coming, and I see the tail fin of another one behind the building of Dock A. So this 777 is not the only one that's missing yet. Maite, welcome to the stream and enjoy your spotting sessions once you're here. A340, which we've just seen or still seeing, is Swiss flight 122 to Seoul. It's the second A340 flight today. And I quickly go over to the dock. This Edelweiss A340 here will also depart soon. And we've got Air Canada still missing, then Delta, an A330 to New York as well. Yorkshire Biker, welcome to the live stream. Here we have the old livery and the new livery of Edelweiss in one screen. Which one do you prefer? I must say, generally I'd say the new one looks a bit better. It would look perfect if the title would be also a bit bigger, like on the old livery. But I find it a bit more dynamic. With this wave underneath the tail. Here we have another 777 of Swiss. To San Francisco, apparently. And in the meantime, the 777 on the runway to Miami has received takeoff clearance, and I expect the A340 to depart right behind. So let's take a look. That's one of the flattest climb outs I've seen in a long time here. Then Skybound Mox, welcome to the stream. Also to Foxtrot. And Piotr, the A380 is parked at Dock E, which is combined with Terminal 2, I think, at least. Because the docks are labeled differently. We have Dock A, B and E. Dock A is referred to Terminal 1 and B and E to Terminal 2. Like as a rule of thumb, but it could be that it depends a bit whether you are arriving from a Schengen destination or not. I'm doing very well, Yorkshire biker. Beautiful day today, even though a bit humid. That makes it feel like 35 degrees up here, but I'm surviving, so far at least. And during the Swiss A340 takeoff, another Edelweiss A340 has taxied by, which is now taxiing to runway 16. You can see it now on the screen. And there is another 777 getting ready as well. Ein Swiss 280, ja, der Äthiopien, der kommt morgens früh an und geht abends spät. Der parkt den ganzen Tag hier am Flughafen. Nicht wundern, wie viel Parkgebühr der zahlt, aber wird seine Gründe haben. So the Swiss 777 is going to San Francisco, and the A340 of Edelweiss is going to Calgary. And I shouldn't step on the legs of my tripod here, otherwise it's getting shaky on the screen. Now it's the San Francisco flight's turn. There's a slight breeze up here at the moment. This makes it feel much more comfortable right now. My camera work has already been better today, but at least the airplane was still in the frame. And next up is the Calgary flight, which is an Edelweiss A380. So that was the third Edelweiss A340 today and the fifth in total, if I counted correctly. And right now, the departure rush is calming down a bit. We have Air Canada, which has been pushed back and taxiing to runway 28, unfortunately. And I'm still waiting for the Delta A330 to New York. And then, of course, as the grand finale of this live stream, the Emirates A380. And I quickly pan over because over there we have something very nice. An Icelandair Boeing 757. I'm really going to miss the 757 once it's disappeared completely. There's still a few around here in Europe, but they're getting so rare, at least on the passenger side, and here in Zurich specifically. And if that thing departs on runway 16, it would almost make my day. That's so rare. I also updated the weather information for you. We have at the moment variable winds at 2 knots. Clouds and visibility is okay. Temperature 26 degrees centigrade, 2.18, so it's very humid today. And no significant changes. Landing runway as all the time today, runway 14, and departure runways 28 and 16. And I use this opportunity again to thank you for all those who have already posted a super chat today. We have 3 super chats so far. Thank you very much for your support. I highly appreciate that. And I'm always investing the earnings from everything on this channel into the equipment and or to travel to other destinations and to plane spotting there. I've been to Frankfurt a few weeks ago. I've already been to Amsterdam this year. Last year in Frankfurt, Munich, Corfu. So I always try to find some new destinations. And this year I have some plans already for other destinations, but I still have to figure out how it will work. But stay tuned for more. And of course, the weekly live streams and videos here from Zurich as my main business. Viendra, thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Great views indeed here on Observations Deck B, one of the best locations here at the airport. And Swiss 280, that sounds like a great flight on LTU. I've also flown on the 757 to Antalya with Bel Air 20 years ago. So we've just seen the Air Canada 777-200 LR to Toronto. Typical departure on runway 28. The LR is, as you may know, the ultra long-haul variant of the 777. Does non-stop flights from Dubai to Auckland, for example. And therefore a flight across the pond is actually quite a short hop, so that thing is usually not very heavily loaded in regards to the maximum takeoff weight because it simply doesn't need that much fuel for this flight. And that's why runway 28 is perfectly fine most of the times. Well, I got quite a cheap offer for the trip to Frankfurt. Sasha, I had quite a good flight offer for about 150 francs. It was quite a cheap offer actually. And then I found a hotel for a overnight stay for 58 euros, which was very nice. So you can get quite good offers on this route. It's a very busy route, like multiple flights a day. So, and the traffic up there is absolutely amazing. All those 747s, just great. And yes, this Boeing 757 unfortunately departs on runway 28, as expected actually. I just wanted to say that the Delta flight is ready, but I just heard on the ATC scanner that departure is in 10 minutes. And that Iceland Air was taxiing very fast. Wow. Departure in 10 minutes due to coordination with inbound traffic on runway 14. And since there's not much going on at the moment, I can quickly explain you this. So runway 14 is behind this forest there, behind the trees, and almost the same direction as runway 16, where Delta Airlines will depart soon. So runway right in front of us. When airplanes depart on this runway, they do a left turn right after departure to avoid densely populated areas to the south of the airport for noise abatement reasons, and do a long left turn all over there, and that's where they cross the go-around path of runway 14. And that's the reason why whenever there's landing traffic on runway 14 you cannot depart on runway 16 due to conflicting routes. This is limiting the capacity quite a bit, but it is how it is. So people telling us about their travel experiences, Iberia A321 XLR. That sounds pretty interesting. And the LTU flight, 757, also very nice. Well, this year I've also been to Fuerteventura on my summer vacation. I returned 1 week ago. Quite a nice route as well. It was a morning flight and was taking us along the Alps down to Nice, then along the coast of France and Spain towards Morocco, along the coast of Morocco, and then to the Canary Islands. A very nice route that was. It was on an Edelweiss A380. Speaking of which, here we have one arriving behind an EasyJet Airbus. an EasyJet A319 from Olbia in Italy. And the Edelweiss A320 is arriving from Antalya in southern Turkey. Also a destination I've visited multiple times already. Sasha, I actually don't remember the hotel name, to be honest. But you will just look around on booking.com or something and you'll certainly find a good offer. There are lots of hotels around Frankfurt Airport. Well, Florian, thank you very much for the super chat. It is the fourth one today, which is a new record. Thank you very much for your support. And Thierry, greetings to Florida. Hope you have good weather there as well. Und auch Grüße an Gabi aus Waldshut-Tiengen. And Florian, to answer your question, I mostly follow Simply Aviation to watch flight reviews. For that, the creator of this channel is not a close friend, but I know him for a long time. He was a plane spotter earlier as well. And we watched each other's videos for quite a time until he changed to making flight reports. And that's why I follow his reports until today. And here we have another Edelweiss A340, not departing right now as far as I know. Actually it is, to Halifax. Edelweiss flight 18 to Halifax.
garde au milieu. Celle qui vaut.
Viendra ATC is allowed to be scanned with an ATC scanner and also in the internet, in Switzerland at least. They also have it down here, but due to the background noise you can't hear it very well. When I am at other locations which are a bit calmer, you should be able to hear it. Maybe I can screen the takeoff clearance for Delta, because it looks like the approach sector is clear right now. Could be that they are ready to go soon, in any second.
Degrees 3 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 16, for Delta 53.
There we go. Murat, welcome to the stream, and yes, I'm going to show the Emirates A380 departure as well. That's going to be the, if everything goes as planned, the finale grande of this live stream today. And the Halifax flight is departing on runway 28. That's quite a stunner for a long-haul flight. A340 on runway 28. You don't see that every day here. Interesting. We have an Iberia A320neo on its way to Madrid. And we're waiting for the Edelweiss A340 climbing out of runway 28. I'm really curious how quick it will climb, because the departure of an A340 on runway 28 speaks for a rather low payload and therefore a rather low takeoff weight. don't know where this wind is coming from. It could be from this A320 down there. Anyway, it ruined my shot of the A340 before. Well, it looks like the wind is picking up and I don't like that at all. Alright, just as a quick outlook what's going to happen in the next like 30 to 40 minutes. First of all, of course, we are waiting for the A380 to depart, and then in about 30 minutes plus minus we have a Qatar Emiri C-17 Globemaster, a military transporter arriving. Plane spotter-wise, probably the big highlight of the day, so it's worth to stick with me here in the stream because it will taxi right in front of us, most likely, at least. And we will get a closer look at this military aircraft to arrive in about 30 minutes. Andrea, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy it. Dann Kai, den ATC kannst du auf liveatc.net hören. Allerdings nicht von allen Ländern. Es kommt darauf an, ob das in diesem Land dann erlaubt ist, aber von der Schweiz, Zürich und so weiter, das ist kein Problem. And Roy, thank you very much for joining today and have a good rest of the day. Again, a black screen, sorry for that. Really annoying, but I really have to figure out what I do with this standby mode. Anyways, as I said, 2 more highlights today. The Qatar military C-17 and the Emirates A380. We have an EasyJet A319 to Palma, then Mallorca. It arrived from Olbia earlier and now continues to Mallorca. Condor A320 arrived from Larnaca in Cyprus, and now on screen the A380 on its parking position, being prepared for departure in about 30 minutes plus minus. Well, Vivendra, I won't stay until the arrival of the Air India flight today. But if you check out my last live stream, you'll see landing and departure. Dann Friedrich, Grüße nach Waldshut. Willkommen hier im Livestream. And I personally like the Condor livery very much, actually. It's a nice variation between all these white liveries and those stripes in 5 different colors in total. Really brings some mix into this rather dull Euro white pool we have here. And I'm still wondering where they will park the C-17 later. My preferred spot would be over here, of course, then we get a close-up taxi shot. However, it looks quite full over there. Yeah, it's more likely that they park it somewhere over there. But we will still get a good shot of it during the taxiing. And the C-17, according to flight radar, is only 17 minutes away. And depending on how directly they will vector him for the approach, I guess we will have it on screen in less than half an hour. Qatar Emiri Air Force, C-17 Globemaster. It's been a while since I've seen the last one of those here. I believe it was back in 2019. Michael, willkommen hier im Livestream und das wird nicht der letzte sein, das kann ich dir versprechen. Wenn das Wetter mitspielt, jede Woche. Samstag oder sonntags, je nachdem. And the Edelweiss A320 we've just seen departs to Newquay, and the Eurowings now on screen arrived from Düsseldorf. So, the A320 has now parked at parking position Alpha 10 on Dock A. That's where all the Schengen flights arrive and depart from. And since Düsseldorf is in Germany, and Germany of course is part of the Schengen area, this one is getting its turnaround at Dock A. You can now observe a bit what's going on at the beginning of the turnaround, like tires are, or the landing gear is secured, the gangway is attached, and soon they will start to unload the aircraft, luggage, etc. Eurowings, I'm not sure whether they get catering, but it does not look like there is any catering vehicle around. Yes, there's the luggage cart already. Cargo doors are opened. Dann Marco, ja, der Viewer Record, der ist tatsächlich aus dem letzten Livestream, den haben wir heute deutlich überboten. Mehr als doppelt so viele waren heute dabei zur Spitzenzeit und es sind immer noch deutlich mehr dabei. Ich blende einfach immer den Viewer Record vom letzten Livestream ein oder einfach der aktuell gültig ist. Und ja, sobald der gebrochen wird, wird dann im nächsten Stream der neue angezeigt. Try to avoid the black screen caused by the power saving mode of my camera, so I zoom in and out from time to time. And the Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17 has received a direct vectoring and will be landing in a bit more than 5 minutes from now. So I expect it here on screen in about 10 minutes. So it's getting interesting again. Plane spotting wise, the highlight of the day, since we do not get C-17s all the time here. Don't see it yet. It's currently to the north of the airport. Actually should be low enough too, but I don't see it. It's also quite far away actually. Have you guys ever seen a C-17 already in real life? Let me know in the live chat. Matthias, EasyJet fliegt Zürich seit ein paar Jahren an und dieses Jahr haben sie massiv ausgebaut, was das Angebot angeht. Und fliegen einige Städte an von hier. Natürlich nicht so viel wie Basel oder Genf, von dort aus, wo sie eine aktive Basis haben. Aber die haben ein recht mittlerweile vielfältiges Streckennetz von hier. Zwar keine Flieger stationiert, soweit ich weiß, aber dennoch, da gibt es einige Optionen, vor allem im Sommer. Oliver, willkommen hier im Livestream. Du bist gerade rechtzeitig für die Qatar Emiri Air Force C-17 Militärtransporter. Wird in wenigen Minuten hier landen. Und dann werde ich Ihnen euch zeigen, wie er zum Stammplatz rollt. All right, are you ready for the C-17? I think we will see it on the final approach for runway 14 in about 3 to 4 minutes latest. Piotr, the C-17 is now turning on final. I can already see it, I think. Just a black dot, but it's getting closer. And actually, I could also stream the ATC calls. You should be able to see it now in the distance.
Fox taxi, approaching 28. This is 8 Fox at X-ray Tower on Julia Cross, runway 28, contact apron, Monte 1.755, bye-bye. On Julia Cross 28, Monte 1.755, bye-bye, 3 safe, Fox taxi. To Bravo, Kilo Golf X-ray Tower, great, you line up runway 28, QNH 1007.
I thought I missed the landing clearance, but he has just checked in at the tower frequency. Rather late, but yeah, anyways. Right, it will appear right in front of us on the tarmac in a few minutes from now. We'll get a closer look at this C-17. Meantime, right in front of us, an EasyJet A319 to Alicante in Spain. Now the sun has come out again, right on time for the C-17, which is good. However, it's now very warm up here again. Of course, I'm also keeping an eye on the Emirates A380 because departure time would be right now, but I've seen that it is a bit delayed, which is not a big drama for us because like this we can focus on the C-17 first and then draw full attention to the A380. And now let's just wait until the C-17 appears behind Dock A. It's currently taxiing past Dock E. We'll cross runway 28 in a few seconds. And then taxi on the southern side of the airport to the parking positions Whiskey, which are over there, and I assume based on the cars which are there, I guess this will be the parking spot. And also there are some limousines or other black vehicles, so I guess this is the spot to which we have a great view. Theoretically, I hope that this grey block here is not blocking the view too much, but we will see it well enough. C-17 now crossing runway 28, so in about 2 minutes I expect it to appear behind Dock A. Arriving from Al Udeid. No idea whether I pronounced this correctly. I can already see its tail fin, so let's zoom in, fasten seatbelts and enjoy. Look at this beast. Now crossing runway 16, and on the other side it's going to turn to the left. There was an Edelweiss A380 being pulled right in front of the C-17, but since we have already seen multiple A340s today, I think we focus on the C-17 for now. It's really a zigzag taxi route there.
We've got an opening dock switch to Hotel Yankee Island, runway 14. Let's go to the Yankee Hotel,
Now you can see very well how the marshaller was guiding the aircraft to the parking stand. And do you know what I always like when things really add up to each other? And as the C-17 was parking, the A380 is being pushed back from the gate. How about that? I've actually no idea what the C-17 is doing here, to be honest, but we take it anyways.
connected and clear, contact that Natasha, next to us below. To be folks, please 2 open Yankee, contact apron, non commander, fuel 855, please go. 121, that's 855, please go.
Actually quite a nice shot here. Two an Edelweiss A340, Swiss A330 being pulled to the Dock E, and the A380 in the background being pushed back onto taxiway Echo in order to taxi to runway 16 afterwards. And as I've already mentioned, the A380 will mark the grand finale of today's live stream. So let's fully enjoy the takeoff of this massive aircraft. 72 meters long, wingspan of 80 meters and 24 meters high, measuring it by its tail fin, and a maximum takeoff weight of 560 tons. And here we have a heavy aircraft parade on taxiway Echo, A380, A340 and 2 A330s, and an A220 departing in the background. Those hours right now are actually not too busy normally, but still the apron is full at the moment. I wish I could tear this pole down, which is now in the middle of the screen, but however, flaps are now extended. I also see that the flight controls have been checked. Pushback truck is removed. It will start taxiing any second. We have again over 250 viewers here live at Zurich Airport. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone, and enjoy the grand finale of this live stream today, the departure of the Emirates A380. Und Andrea, du scheinst ja ein richtiger A380-Fan zu sein. And in the live chat, do we have anyone who has already flown with the A380? Let us all know. I haven't, unfortunately. The biggest one I've been flying with is the 747-8. And now on screen a size difference. Ahead of the A380 is an A319 of Royal Jordanian Airlines. And now you can see how big the A380 is actually. And the fire trucks to the front is nothing serious, it's just the shift change. There's a fire station to the north of Dock E. And they have shifts, like the firefighters. And on the other side of the runway you can see the next shift taking over. Baby bus and the big bus, that's how it is. Although the baby bus used to be the A318 actually. But since the A318 is very rare nowadays, let's assume that the A319 has taken over that title. And Rakesh has flown with the A380 from Munich to Delhi. Very nice. I guess Emirates as well. Now you can see the A319's fuselage length is quite comparable to the A380's wing length. Just a very impressive size difference there. Kobi, die Registrierung der Falcon war auf VN A489. So, and the people in this bus here, they are probably having the best spot afterwards to observe the A380 departure, because you can see this wooden fence there, and that's where the visitors of the apron tour will be able to get out of the bus. It's probably as close as you can get. However, our position is very good as well. So just in case you're wondering, people close to the runway during the A380 departure. are welcoming more and more viewers again, approaching 300. Welcome everyone and enjoy the Emirates A380 departure in a few minutes. And if you could see the crowd here on the observations deck, it's getting bigger and bigger. A lot of people want to see that thing. So first we have the Jordanian A319. And the A380 will most likely follow right behind. Yeah, that angle was once again way too steep. But for the A380 it will be better. The approach sector looks clear, so I expect that it gets takeoff clearance in any second. And then all I can say is enjoy it. Got takeoff clearance now, so let's go. All right, how about that? A nice and long takeoff run and flat climb out. That's how I like it. So now we can quickly see the C-17 being unloaded. And we have way over 300 viewers who have followed the A380 departure. Thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. Absolutely amazing. Greetings to Eric from Ottawa in Canada, and also to Rufino to the Philippines. All right, and since so many people are joining now, I have a last little treat for you, a Condor A320 in retro livery. And it's taxiing close by. Now that was pretty nice as well. I never got such a close-up view of that thing, although I've seen it already quite a few times here. And greetings to Ronald watching from Texas. Alright everyone, and as we see the C-17 now on the screen being deloaded or unloaded, this live stream is now coming to an end. I thank everyone a lot and many times for tuning in today. We've had a lot of viewers, absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for your support. Before you leave, make sure to hit the like button, this would help me a lot. Thank you very much again for that. This week on Wednesday, the next video will be published, a compilation of more airplanes taking off and landing, so stay tuned for that. And then the next live stream, depending on the weather, will take place next weekend. Again, thank you very much, enjoy the rest of the day and have a great week ahead. I've been Joel from Zurich Airport, see you next time and goodbye.